All right. Let's get this going here. So we got to get some stuff running. We got to get Cobra tools. So there's that. We've got a working directory that I have started. So let's get that. Why is the top of this blacked out? That's so weird. It must be like a Windows 11 or whatever thing. All right, let's go with opening the main OVL. Open up. Okay, the other thing here. Database files. All right. 68% mapped. So this database file, this is already pre-extracted. This is from JWE3. This includes randomized dig site code right here. So one thing I want to do, out of curiosity, is jot down the original 55 species before we tear this apart. So I already edited this to test this here. So this was originally a node that was just a Patasaurus right here. Cretho, Para, Oloro, Mutta, and Monto. Shruthi Dryo, Homalu, Arke. Packy and Stiggy. Pseudocosmos Styrac. Try getting Sino. Chung, Gigant, Stag, Noto, Sorpelta, Anki. All right, looks like we're fully loaded here. So we're looking for database C0 tech tree. Let's go to the backups. Make sure we save the unmodified files. Was it still loading? Did I jump the gun? Maybe. There we go. Okay, so that's the backup. This is the one we're editing. And then we're looking for the dig site tech tree. We might want to consider the patches as well. Let's take a look at these. Let's look at the only carnivores patch. Removes nodes. Wait, remove node insectivore welfare? Interesting. Add tree Struthy. Flying Marine, Herbivore 1, 2, and 3. Interesting. This is enclosures. Sandbox enclosures tech tree. Land hatchery 1, land hatchery 2, marketplace facility, dinosaur creation, aviary hatchery, dinosaur creation, lagoon hatchery, dinosaur creation. No, nest 1. 2, nest 3, piscivore. Feeder. There's no welfare in this at all. Interesting. Huh. Well, let's finish writing down the animals before I forget. Anki, then Cerato, Carno, Quanju. So it looks like mostly it's carnivores missing. Interesting that the Carnotaurus is on medium 1 here, rather than where it is in game now. Giga, Allo, Acro, Tyrannosaurus. That's what you would expect for large. Small is Dilocelotrodon. Oh, is this just base game animals specifically? It is, isn't it? Yeah. This is nothing from JWE2 DLCs. Except for Dreadnoughtus, but Dreadnoughtus is base game. Right. No, that's true. Okay. Ah. Right. So, okay. I understand now why this is like this. Hey, Biocraft, how's it going? We've cracked random dig sites. Very exciting. It's so weird though. If this is only the base game JW2 animals, why in the fuck did they put Kayuajara in here? It's so weird. Maybe when they did this, they weren't sure if they were going to bring back DLC animals? That could be why. Wait a second. Well, I mean, like we know Suchomimus was a late addition, so Suchomimus not being in here does make sense. Yeah, we're doing a JWE3 modding stream. We are making a mod. Okay, I want to start a new page of notes for interesting things. I might do a little things I learned looking at the code video, because this is very intriguing. Remove insect welfare. This is the patch for carnivores only. We've learned two interesting things. Now, I kind of want to look at the rest of these patches, because I'm curious about these. Scenery Sandbox Tech Tree. What is this? Oh, this is, wait, what? Carnivore goat insectivore feeder. Fiber, leaf, fruit, nut. Planters and trees and shit. Modern rewards, classic rewards. What is... This is like a relic of when these were in like the tech trees, maybe? Interesting. Classic signs. Carnivore goat and insectivore. But no fish. This is weird. This might be like old stuff or something. Maybe? Do we see anything in here that's explicitly like JWE3 stuff? That's the real question. Watchtower decoration, DFW stuff. Sculptures Biosyn. So these were the ones that were added in like late JWE2. I feel like these are just JWE2 decorations specifically. This may not be that interesting. Tech Tree Data Helper? Decomp air. It's a lot. Progression helper. Tech tree progress values. What is this? Contract started, research started, invalid, none. Weird. Let's look at maybe this challenge 3 patch. Remove nodes. Small herbivores, medium, large, armored, tiny, small, medium, piscivores, flying, 3-2. Okay. Not much changing there. Debug windows. Tech tree contracts? What the fuck? Oops, that's scenery. Interesting. Why is this considered a tech tree? Maybe that's a specific thing. Oops. Building insectivore feeder. It is in the game. Deep water pool. That might just be for the hatchery. Marine feeder. Marine feeder sandbox. Marine fish feeder. Insectivore feeder. Hatches feeder unlock easy. Feeder's disinfected. Okay, I want to try an experiment. I'm really curious that the insect feeder is just in the game. I want to look at the land patch. Creation, insectivore welfare. Under enclosures, flying and marine. This is like a late stage removed thing. This is in like every patch file. Piscivore welfare, parent basic enclosures, conditions research. Interesting. Yeah, there's no welfare. Weird. All right, there's our sandbox dig back up. Okay, give me enclosures, I think. Actually, where are the feeder? Are the feeders normally under that? Yeah, fish feeder. Building fish, marine feeders. Presumably this is like shark. Okay. So we go here. Buildings FEE insectivore feeder. That's a new sandbox enclosure tech tree. Let's close this database down. Let's test that. That's very intriguing. Saving. Rebuilding. If this works and insect feeders are just in the game, that's crazy. That's a discovery. That's a short. Presumably, you could mod animals to theoretically use that. They may not have animations though. %50 saved. This takes a little while. Main OVL saved. Let's pop open the game. So we staple this onto the fish feeders. Yeah, I got bad system lag with all this open, I guess. That's fine. This is not like we're recording gameplay here. It probably doesn't exist because it's not enabled here. There might have to be something else to turn it on, so to speak. Wait, where is this node supposed to be? Oh, this one. Piscivore feeder. Piscivore feeder, marine fish feeder, marine shark feeder. So, that didn't work. Not really surprising. All right. Let's revert back to the old one. All right, let's get cracking on the mod stuff here. So, what we're here to do actually, which will work, is dig site randomization. Oh, I need examples because there are DLC things. So we need I know Kentrosaurus is not DLC enabled. We need like small carnivores to check for syntax, I think. For Guanlong. Well, I guess it's just in here. Yeah, because it's all the same file now. Yeah, API Deluxe, DLC Deluxe. ID equals tech tree protoceratops, comma DLC. So if we go here, ID Mosasaurus dinosaur image. Was this any different in 2? Rewards, blah 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 blah. C0 for JWE2 was like these. Rewarding Thanatos, icon, dinosaur image. Okay, so this did not give two shits if it was a DLC animal. Also, I'm curious now. Remove insectivore feeder. Building FEE insectivore feeder. Yeah, that's different. Oh no, it is the same. Label buildings. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Let's peel this guy off. Hold on. I have an idea. The buildings are defined as reward groups. Feeder. Reward group building lag marine feeder. Sandbox. Building lag marine feeder. Building lag marine feeder. Marine feeder, sandbox, fish feeder, and insectivore feeder. Right here. So this remains the same. Let's copy this line here. That's only defined in 2 places. Okay, so I don't know if I pluralized this when I did this. I might have typed it in wrong. This could still work. I did type it in wrong. Holy fuck. Backspace. Save. Exit. That. Okay, that is the new one. That is correct. All right. Hey, Rugops, what is the goal of this stream? The goal of this stream is to finish the random dig site mod. But yes, I have discovered the insectivore feeder is still in the code. We're going to see if we can implement it in game. So that is now a brand new secondary goal that just happened. I've added it to the research tree alongside the other feeders. We'll see if it works. I had a typo before that broke it. So while that happens, let's start this work here. So we're going to do a basic implementation. Nothing fancy, just randomizing everything within categories. We'll get that out, and then we'll work on fancier ones later. Will this destroy things? I don't know. Depends what you mean. Who knows? One weird thing we've discovered here, Kyuujara. Other than Kyuujara, every animal in the dig site randomization is a base game JWE2 animal. So it's not necessarily that it was an alpha roster as much as it was just they never randomized the DLC animals in the same way they never did them in 2. Except for some reason they did include Kyuujara, which is weird. All right, so Mosa, Chrono, Megalodon, and then we do Attenborough. And what's the other guy? Dunk? Dunk. Dunleosteus. Nope. We're going to implement these like one dinosaur category at a time and test them to see that they work. Otherwise, it gets really hard to bug check. Actually, with the way these tech trees are set up, I think it's fine. Maybe. Let's just do it the safe way. Ambrosaurus. Dunkleistes, please, and Ichth. Mosas. I think that's 100% doable, Rugops. I don't know how to do that, but there is already feeder mods that trick the Tapajaras and the Kahuajara into eating from plants, even though they don't have animations for it. So I would assume you could do the same thing with Oviraptor. I could look at that mod someday maybe and try to like reverse engineer how they did it and apply it to other animals. Might be interesting. Okay, I think this is done saving. Let's launch the game and test the feeder thing. But yeah, if we could implement this and then if we could mod it to be used by like Oviraptor, maybe some other things, that'd be sick as fuck. Or like Dimorphodon. I was gonna just make like a Reddit post and maybe a short for this, but it might be more interesting if we sit on this insect feeder thing, if it works, and look at actually doing a proper mod with it. Let's get these off the screen here for a second so that we can test out a sandbox. I think I will try and do that if this works. I am very curious. No insect feeder visible. We can't look at the research tree. So we need to get a science center in here, but I don't think it works. Unfortunate. It's probably disabled somehow. If we could figure out if there's a way to re-enable it.
Attention personnel. The park is opening and guests will be arriving shortly.
Unless maybe it shows up if it's in the research tree. It's there. Insectivore feeder. The game knows it exists. It's just not an option in the build menu. Wait, you can't put the meat feeder in an aviary? What the fuck? So the question now becomes, how is this controlled? Because my expectation is simply that it's removed from this menu somehow. And maybe we could change that. I don't necessarily think that implies that Geolopterus is coming back anytime soon, because it could just be a leftover code from JWE2. It's certainly possible. I have no idea what in here would control like the availability of feeders. I don't even know what to search. Leg walls, mission conditions, feeders infected. Ooh, I have an idea. There might be there's usually a master file that controls like economy. We should take a look at that. Sandbox map generator cskirt.prefab. UK cskirt.prefab. Interesting. Worlds.sandboxworld.lua. What are you? Sandbox world on unload. Function super unload self. This is not terribly interesting. Sandbox options menu. Sandbox settings manager.lua. This has decompiler errors. We can't edit this. No sign of insect feeder anyway. Get unlimited feeders. Unlimited feeder reserves. Okay. Well, that's not useful. No, I believe you. It's just really stupid. Database sandbox data. Yeah, so these are the tuning numbers. This is relevant. Let's copy this and put this in the backups because I will edit this at some point for another mod. Not much here though. Yeah, this blockage could be anywhere. Food insectivore bite.lua, insectivore feeder.insects particle effect, insects flying particle effect, food insectivore bite.prefab. Interesting. But not interesting enough to be useful. Hmm. Interesting. I heard Pachyrhinosaurus was in the code, but it doesn't seem to be in here with the Luas. I wonder if anything is that's missing. What about a Rano? No. Hmm. Make you forget pterosaurs don't have an animation for eating meat? Oh, I suppose so, yeah. That would be why they do it, isn't it? That's silly. C0, these C0 files might have it too, these databases. Let's extract some of these while I'm here. C0 buildings. Dinosaur marketplace. Dinosaurs. We're not going to look at these today. These are for future things. I want to look at expeditions too. Paleobotany might be interesting. Putting those in the backups for later. Hmm. Okay, nothing interesting there. Let's do the rest of it. So we were editing these guys. So small aquatics, large aquatics, large pterosaurs, medium pterosaurs, small pterosaurs. Is that everybody? 8? Yeah. Yeah, so weirdly the pterosaurs were complete already. Oh no, this is the regular tech tree story. Here we go. These are 2-tiered. I can probably just make a tier up. Let's try this. If I just introduce tier 3. So Dimorphodon, Tapajara, Kyojara, Pteranodon, Tropognathus, Thanatos, Dracon, and Cats. If I can just add categories arbitrarily, that's pretty good. Okay. Opening bracket, opening bracket, closing bracket, opening bracket, closing bracket, closing bracket. Correct. Okay. So what we want to do here is follow the syntax that we put in. Oh, this is the backup one. Hold on. This should be the fuck. Oh no, sorry. This should be the modified one. So this is how I know this works. I already modified the sauropods. So we're going to follow that syntax for the aquatics and the pterosaurs. Tech tree, rand. What are these called? These are called flying and marine. Is it? Yeah, just marine like that. Okay, 3 tier 2s, 4 tier 1s. Was it flying? I forgot already. Yes. How will we randomize it? Just like this. So it's going to be 3 large, which are Chrono, Mosa, Meg, and then the other 4 is the smalls. And then for the pterosaurs, it's the large as Darkids, the medium-sized ones, and then the Tapajarids / Dimorphodon. This doesn't do anything as it stands here, though. Right. No. Because my design goals are I'm crossing wires. This is randomizing everything together in the same node. This doesn't achieve anything. We had to think about how we want to design this. So the reason I was doing it like this was for essentially gotcha mode. So let's save this as a backup since this is useful base syntax. And then we do, so this is what we're doing. So random small pterosaur, random medium pterosaur, random large pterosaur, random small marine, random large marine, Yeah, the research tree editing is they did it really quickly. I can see that in the code where they just chunked out whole groups. They usually don't edit within the individual nodes. And then here we're gonna do one sauropod a piece. So this should be tier 2, and this should be tier 1. These go up to tier 3, don't they? They go up to tier 3, but I don't think there's a tier 3 sauropods in this game. No. So what we want to do is probably this. So we do Brachydread Mamench. And then we do Dippy Apato. No, Dippy Apato Brachy. Patago with Mamench. Actually, which one's worth more in game? I assume it would work out that way. Oops, I deleted Patago. Let's copy that one first. Tier 1 is Apatosaurus. And the default here was Apatosaurus, and then Dippy Brock, and then Dread Mamench. So this should be correct. Now, we got to check on another thing here, which is the frontline edit to enable the random stuff. UI category dig sites B random rewards equal true. No, it's just this toggle right here. I don't have to add it over and over again. Okay, so this should be good to go. So if we put both of these in the game. Oops, I uploaded one that shouldn't be there. I put the wrong thing in. Tech tree data. That's fine. We just delete that. Great. Should be good. Save. Hopefully we didn't break anything. All right. So this should be randomized to get 2 out of 6 sauropods, 2 out of 7 aquatics, and 3 out of 7, or not 8 pterosaurs, right? Wait. Did I do 8? Did I miss one? Did I hear the news about Texas? Which news about Texas? I guess probably not. Dimorphodon, Tapajara, Kyojara, Pteranodon, Trope, Thanatos, and Cats. I'm forgetting one, right? Who else is in this game? Geosternbergia? Did I forget Geosternbergia? Yes. Electoral map got shut down. Nice. Gerrymandering shit's gotta go, but it needs to be more systematically dealt with. Dealing with it piecemeal is suboptimal. I'm also not going to hold it against any Dems doing gerrymandering to counter Republican gerrymandering because, like, what else you supposed to fucking do except play the game? Okay, did it save? It did save. We can test this with the Geosternbergia missing. It's fine. This is not a big deal. I don't know if like true random dig sites even matters in this game because everything is kind of lumped together. There's no progression. Oh, we crashed out, which means there's a glitch. All right, we got to look for missing commas. That sounds like Texas being racist. That's not shocking. All right, where is the typo? Could be that I added a tier. I could be mad about that. Yep, the wrong people have got away with a lot of bullshit for far too fucking long. Patago, Patago, Patago. Dread, dread, dread. Momench, momench, momench. Brocky, 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 dip, dip, dip. Paddle, paddle, paddle. This looks good to me. Syntax. Bracket, comma, bracket, comma, comma there, comma there, comma there. Bracket alignments seem good. Ends at a bracket. That's expected. Comma, 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 bracket, comma, 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 comma. Bracket alignment looks correct. Okay, I think this file's correct. Tech tree is the next place to look. ID tech tree ran marine T2. ID tech tree ran marine T1. Ah, these are all listed as ones. This shouldn't be a problem, but that does mean it's unlikely that the syntax error was specifically the fact that I added an extra tier. Hmm. Uh, Tier 2, Tier 1. Tech tree ran sauropods, T1, T2. I don't see an error. Comma rewards bracket bracket, comma rewards bracket bracket, comma, wait. No, I think that's right. Comma rewards brackets. Hmm. Okay, let's do this, then go here, and do this. Wait a second. Are these defined in here? Found next from the top. No, these only show up once. Huh. C0 tech tree species random rewards. I'm gonna guess those don't link. I'm gonna guess specifically it doesn't like me having a tier 3 flyer. All right, pushing the update. Let's see what happens. Now, I was going to do game dev tonight, but this is taking the priority. I want to get this mod out before somebody else discovers this and claim jumps me. So we're going to do gotcha style, just like random dinosaurs. We should think about implementing a randomized research tier system too. We have to think about how to handle that. Especially if we can't add nodes. Because that really limits what we can do. I think I might have tried adding nodes in 2 and it didn't work now that I think about it. So I explicitly did not add nodes in 2. With the way I handled it. I called dibs. Yeah. We'll see if anybody respects that. I mean, it was this is also quite doable in 2, and I was the only person who ever bothered doing it, so. Does that mean you can get marine, aviary, and terrestrial creatures together? In like the research tree? Absolutely, yes. They don't need to be separated. I'm fairly confident I can recreate everything I did in the expanded dig site mod in JWE2 and 3 now. I just have to like re-implement it because the research layout is different, so I can't just like copy over the files. Because the way the tech trees are constructed is completely changed. It's easier to edit though because it's all in one file instead of being separated into 6. We also might want to jump around in game and think about uh, tiering the animals properly. Because I don't really know how much logic is actually put into the sandbox research tree in terms of like how good the animals are. We like I'm gonna want to do a tier research thing at some point. Might be beneficial to just start working on that and write down all the numbers or whatever. I might be able to just continue because this is probably a sandbox load like a checkpoint at the empty box. Okay. Let's double check. But it looks like there's still a bug. And I don't see it. Oh, I know what it could be. Some of the animals might be missing thumbnails. That could be a thing. That was a problem in JWE2. Annoying though. That's the thing that makes this take forever is when there's a problem. I like that it's still ornithomimosaurids. Very funny. Tech tree ran flying underscore. Is it always underscore? Yes. Huh. Tech tree ran flying. Tech tree ran marine. I don't think the sauropods are wrong because I tested that and it worked. It's got to be an issue. Here with the new animals that I added the randomization to. Fuck. Maybe Dunk doesn't have a dinosaur image? Let's check the old files. I should have these open. The JWE2 files. Actually, let's leave this. Well, I already pulled it off. It's fine. So, in JWE2, Thanatos Dracon did not have an icon. In JWE2, this was a known bug. Known to me, that is. Neither did Megalodon. Or Dunk. So, if we do this, this might actually fix it. Seemingly, maybe Caillou does. So let's not check. Let's not touch Caillou. This doesn't. I don't even. These icons aren't even used anymore. This shouldn't really even matter. I don't think. Wait, was there a typo, or are you just joking? No. Okay. All right. Let's test it. Wait, is Tech Tree 2 still in here? Hold on. I might have put in the wrong Tech Tree. Wait a second. Dig site Tech Tree. Uh. Wait, this should be gone. This was inadvertently put in here. I might just have this. I might have just fucking corrupted the files, which is why this didn't work. Okay. Slop. Let's do a. Let's get that file out of here. We'll just call this other, and we'll just chuck this in here. Get that out of here. Okay. Well, there's something. Wait, where did my... I guess because I minimized it. There we go. It is back. We're waiting for this progress bar down here. I guess the other thing to do is once we get the random one done, is to try and figure out if we can add star ratings back in as a research requirement, so that we can stagger the unlocks. That we do a full dig site randomization with like everything. I think those two base forms will be enough to start. How many clones of myself do I think it would take to beat an adult Dilophosaurus? I don't know, 10? Do we get like melee weapons? Can we pick up sticks and rocks and shit? 10 maybe is optimistic. Dilos are pretty big. 25, I don't know. Okay, OVL is saved. I'm not going to pull the game up on screen unless we load into the park successfully. I'm just going to test it first. Fuck. Bounce us back to the menu again. Shit. Wait a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Wait, wait. I am confused by what I'm looking at here. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck? What was I saving? Oh, I think I was editing too. Okay, well that... Wait a second. Then how is this bugged? Okay, well that tells us info, because then the bug is definitely here. Not in the other file, because the one I was editing was actually the wrong file, so I wasn't making any changes. So it's an issue with the tech trees as defined here. Which probably means it's a typo. So where the fuck is it? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 2. I did change the sauropods. Okay. Well, it's probably easiest to just start narrowing this shit down. Okay. I mean, am I in the right file even? Let's just close these and reopen these because now I don't trust anything. Tech tree data. Dig sites. Okay. Sauropods randomized. Sauropods randomized. All randomized to tier 1s. Oh, shit. That's the problem. Because we edited the other one. This is random. This is trying to pull 6 out of 3. Like, there aren't 6 animals. I think that bugs it out. Because the other file did update. I think that's the issue. I think I found it. I got fucked because I closed the wrong file in the file editor. Let's make sure this is... Correct. Tier 1, Tier 2. 839, file updated. Insert. Because, yeah, we weren't even using the other shit. I think I opened this way too soon. I did. I just like started opening it. Okay, I'll be right back. We just gotta let this load. I don't know what drove me to just like open the fucking game right away. Unless the dialogue can do it too. Still going. Hopefully, opening the game didn't botch it. Because it might have. Let's start making the edits again to this then. To the correct goddamn folder. Or the file. So, 1 tier 2. 1 tier 1. Can you just fucking go on the other fucking tab, you piece of shit? Go over there. Okay. Got it. One, two, two, 1, 2. Save. Close that. Are we done? We are done. Let's test it again. This is going back to the start of the stream. 0 work achieved in the mod because everything was fucked. Okay, it turns out if I just smash the enter button when the game loads, it'll just start loading the sandbox before the menu even comes up, which is funny and efficient. All right, we're in. Okay. I'm not going to show this because I'm just going to check the research tree quick and make sure that it is back to the initial level of randomization I wrote outside of the stream. Then we'll reload the new files and we'll test what is intended for the actual experience here. Menchipatigo Dread, Brachiopatigo Dip. Well, that randomized in the most boring way possible, but it is random because the icons disappeared. Which is interesting. Okay. Now we test the actual change nodes. Yep. Save that. Okay, let's keep working on this. We need a Suchomimus here. All right, then we got the Carnivore Tier 1 and Tier 2. Wait, Dilo's... No, that's right. Yeah, that should be it, right? And there's no scav. That's a problem. Okay, but tier 2 is unused. Or tier 3 is unused here. We can hijack this if we need to. But I do want to test if we just add nodes to this. Because actually, if we can add nodes, if it works now or if it worked before and I never noticed, we could do a lot more with this. It gives us a lot of options. So I'm going to take these guys. We're just going to put these guys up in here. For safekeeping, Thylosilo, Herrera, Comp, Prosrado, Troodon. And then in here, we're going to do all the raptors. This is just going to be the raptor node. Velociraptor. Utahraptor, Deinonychus, Atrociraptor, right? It should be 5. How are we doing on saving? 95%. Utah, Velociraptor, yada, yada, yada. Save what we've done for now. Saved, launching. We loaded in. All right, we're here in the Badlands. Let's see if the implementation worked for everything we have right now. Okay, so we've got Dreadnoughtus and Apatosaurus loading on 2 herbivore nodes. Interestingly, the thumbnails do update for those. Then down here, we've got Chrono, we got Pleasy, we got Pteranodon, Thanatos with a Ket's picture, and Tapajara. It worked! We gotcha'd it. You only get 1 per node at random. Cool. I want to do one thing real quick. I want to screenshot this shit. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Be prepared for a leg spike. Click one of my VR mod managers, so that's not great. Okay, before we go back, let's pop back to the main menu. There's the VR mod manager. Now we can close that shit down. That thing took forever to open. I want to look at some of the appeals for the pterosaurs and the carnivores and shit. I might do the tiered research thing another time. Right now I'm just curious if the divisions that we've implemented actually make any sense. Rain too steep. Fuck off. You did this. Seriously? Fucking, why does it not always do the path? The slope thing. Goofy fucking game sometimes. Alright, that works. Sure. Oh, shoot. Because I made the research tree edit, it only shows these. 148 on Than. Right. I would need to go back to the unmodified files to see everything. Well, is the database updated? Can I just source this information from the internet? That'd be great. Like the paleo.gg, have they updated yet? Coming soon. God damn it. Give me the data. We can go to campaign. Because these are specifically the sandbox tech trees. Strabognathus is worth more than Thanatos Dracon. 125, 92, 54. So the only question is, should Trope be on a different tier? I think I like the vibe of
The
As Dark
dinosaurs
Is
are really no
separate.
different
I
from
think these
us
are
when it
close
comes to
enough that I
their
don't
emotional
care.
states. Comfortable dinosaurs are content dinosaurs, and content dinosaurs are more likely to thrive.
The campaign and sandbox research trees are completely separate. They're actually completely separate in the code. They may have the exact same requirements, but they are separate files. Do we have the space for a lagoon? Oh, we already have a lagoon. Perfect. Okay, so this is actually the perfect map to go to. 197, 154, 54, 618, 13, 16, 125. So yeah, Kronos is the only high valued one that's not the big two. So yeah, that makes sense. So these four belong together. This one is more like these two. All right. Let's implement the rest of it. Actually, before we implement the rest of it, I want to test two things, just so I know, which is whether or not the icons are an issue. So let's just test this with Thanatos Dracon. Oh yeah, I forgot about the increased appeal in California thing. Good shout. That's why the database would be better. Does it show you the increased appeal in the hatchery, not just the base appeal? It probably does show you the modified value. So how do I want to implement this to make sure I get Thanatos? I guess I can just do this. Control copy, a backspace. We go drop that into a random text file to get it back later. So now this is Thanatos with its own icons, and then cats. And it pulls two of those, so we'll always pull each of these once, because this uses two twos. Okay. Yep. All right, saving off the edited file to test that Thanatos image asset. And we can continue editing in the meantime. Actually, we can fix this. And just control undo. But then I don't need this here in my random Fallout New Vegas file that happens to be open. So the next thing I want to do is I want to see if we can do the tier 3 pterosaur node. So this closes that node down. This is 3. Node opens, node includes 2, node closes. Add a 3. File save. 45% updated. They don't have the appeal on the JWE3 website, do they? On their database? And if they do, can we even fucking trust it? No, they don't have the appeal. Hey. So, if this works, this should be pretty quick to implement the rest of it. The big thing is making sure we don't miss an animal, but we can cross-reference the two research things to make sure we don't miss anything. All right, we're saved. Still got 5 achievements to get in JW3. That must be all 5 challenge modes that I have left, right? Is it 5? Did I do 4? I think so. I'm not going to bother bringing the game up on stream. I'll just narrate if it works or not. Okay, loaded in. Now we gotta get the research tree built. Or the facilities for the research built. So we can check the tree.
Attention all
Okay, Thanatos has an image in this game. So they did fix this from 2 to 3. They fixed the images being wrong. That's cool. Alright, now we're testing out if we can make new nodes. Shouldn't you need 2 per challenge mode? 2 what? What do you mean? Oops, I missed the S. Dunkliest 2 per challenge mode? No, it doesn't seem like it. There's just achievement to beat them on Jurassic difficulty specifically. There isn't any achievement to beat them regular. So that's your reward specifically for Jurassic, I guess, is the achievement. Ixth at Ples. Yep, that's good. Utahraptor, Atrociraptor, Deinonychus. What am I missing? Pyroraptor. I'm missing 2. Because there's so many goddamn raptors in this game now. Should Pyroraptor... Hot take. Pyroraptor is a piscivore? Yes. Not a hot take. This guy, he's fired. He's going in with the Spinosaurids. Do I hate that? Maybe. Can YouTube racial profiling you? God damn. Wait, a self-deportation ad? What the fuck? Like, volunteering to leave? That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know if I want Pyroraptor on the Spinosaurids or not. Because then I feel like I should put Dimetrodon on here too, and that feels wrong. But maybe like 5 deep waters on one node is a thing. Wait, wasn't... Was there one other deep water one? Was Suko the 6th deep water swimmer? I don't remember. Well, I suppose, here's a question. Do Pyroraptor Dimetrodon actually eat fish at all? Or do they just swim? Because they're not piscivores, right? They're still like goat feeders or some shit. They just like to swim. So they're not truly... They don't really truly belong here then. Oh yeah, Spinoraptor, right. Yes, of course. But yes, screw hybrids. Yeah, I think because these are not truly swimmers, or not truly piscivores, I don't want them in there, I don't think. But we can consider other options. I wish they were fish feeders, though. It'd be more interesting. Like, Pyroraptor's still pretty forgettable, even with deep water interactions. But if it was a piscivore or fish feeder animal, it'd be a little more interesting. Only Spinoceratops eats fish and doesn't use an aviary. That's fucking nuts. It's weird how they cut out, like, so many of the omnivores. Hey, we loaded in. Holy shit, it worked. Wait, this is sick as fuck. I can just make new randomization research nodes. This is so sick. Because we did get low tier, mid tier, high tier. Also, I like that Thanatos is, like, disgustingly expensive. Very funny. Compared to, like, how the fact that Trope is actually slightly more appeal than Than. But that's just how it works. All right. We got a paddle my Mitch. I need to decide exactly what to do with this omnivore dig site, but I've been thinking like we could put Troodon in here. This could be Oviraptor or Troodon. Can you set up unique stats for each one, like each of these nodes, or for each animal? Because I can't do it by animal unless I separate out the research nodes. So if I want Thanatos to randomize with Kets on this node, they have to have the same research requirement. Unfortunately, I can't separate that. That's all part of the same thing. So my goal for the first one here is to not change the balance. So this is like just vanilla gacha mode, where just rather than having everything from the node, you get like a randomized subset. And I'm going to move a few things around that don't make sense to me, like the fact that Utahraptor is here. Because this is dumb. I wanted to keep Ornithomimus with the other Ornithomimids. Let me check my notes. I was thinking something. I don't know where my notes were. Oh yeah, I was thinking Oviraptor, Troodon, and maybe Therizinosaurus. But it's really weird, like randomly getting Ovi versus randomly getting Theri. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. But really, Theri's got like nowhere good to go. So I think putting Therizinosaurus here might still make the most sense. It can always be changed later too when they add more animals to the game, and it can be less weird. All right, let's fully implement the rest of the changes. So, Therizino with sauropods was my initial plan, but I just not sure how I want to do it. Yeah, big theropods is how I did it in JWE2. I put it just as a star attraction, essentially. Oh, we also need to consider the fact that, yeah, we don't have... Well, I can just make a new tier, so it's fine. So yeah, let's do that. So we have... Yeah, maybe I should have left the game open so I could look at the arrangement of the research trees. Oh, whatever. Point is, small, we got like scavenger tier, non-raptor, small carnivore, and then raptor. So this will be, I'll make the raptors tier 3. Right. The only way we can make random dig sites work is to do it like this, where you only get like 30 animals per run instead of access to everything, or to add proper tiered like star requirements to it. I think that's like we got to work a little overtime because the base research tree is so loose that it's not that interesting. Like we have to do a full rebalance for the tiered version, which is why we're probably not going to do that today. Proceratosaurus, Herrera. I don't know why I double pasted that because this is just Guanlong. I guess I should pull up the database and make sure I don't miss anything. Dilo, Roserato, Herrera, Guanlong, and Dilo. And then Coelophysis stays in Scavenger. Compy. Oh, we got to figure out what Moros is referred to as in this. I guess Conch is considered like a medium. I guess we can keep it there. Yeah, Dimetrodon. Moros Intrepidus is what they call him. I believe it should be little m big I for the second part. Yeah, like here, Tyrannosaurus, lowercase t, capitalize R, which is funny. Work up all the scavengers, yeah. We're going to be undoing that. So Silo, Comp, and Moros in here. Then Pro, Herrera, Guanlong, Dilo is everything, I think. Oops. Curly bracket. But then we got our 5 Raptors. Is that right? Dine, Pyro, Atrocity. Oh yeah, we're still missing Dimetrodon. Let's put Dimetrodon in before I forget. Dimetrodon. Moros, Prostrato, Dilo, Compi, Dimetrodon, Atrocity, Pyro, Dine, Guan, Herrera, Velocis, Celotrodon, where you have to move this guy around. We got the mediums, we got the large. Okay. What if we invent an entire new tech tree category? What if we just did like an omnivore? Tech tree rand omni? Tech tree rand omnivores. Even though Trodon is not an omnivore. But if somebody installs the omnivory mod, it will be. So this is kind of interacting with that, which is funny. Oviraptor, Oviraptor, Oviraptor. Is that syntax correct? Did I mess up spacing? No, it's good. Okay, 5 raptors, 5 non-raptors, 3 scavengers, 2 omnivores. If we leave it like that. We're gonna leave it like this for now, but we're gonna seriously consider putting Therizinosaurus in here. Or I could even do like Pyroraptor as an omnivore because it eats fish. There's an argument for that. But I think we'll leave it be. Okay, saving that, and then editing the tech trees. So we're looking for a reward ID. Let's do one of these. This is Isivore untiered, right? Struthi's more expensive to research than Iguanodon. That's really fucking strange. That feels like a betrayal of evolution. Alright, Piscivore. A Piscivore. It eats piss. Omnivore. These we haven't done yet. Leave these alone. These we haven't done yet. Leave these alone. Let's take out Utahraptor prematurely so that it doesn't bug. And then we replace this with not raptors. So this is small carnivore tier 2. Carnivores SML T2. This is the raptor tier. So this becomes tier 3. This is scavenger tier. So this becomes tier 1. And then we got this. So we're gonna, let's put Ceratosaurus in there temporarily. Because these are both already in other nodes. So we'll just make Ceratosaurus the starting carnivore. That should be good. All right, before we do the rest of it, let's test this. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not very impactful then in that case. All right, saving. I lost the text file. Let's bring it back. That ain't it. Bring it back. There it is. So the real thing we should have done here, what is supposed to be done here, is randomizing the starters. So rather than making this Ceratosaurus, this was the wrong way to do it. This should be a tier 2 and a tier 1 small carnivore. An extra one. Oops. So this is a random scavenger plus a random non-raptor carnivore for your starters. That's the proper way to implement that. The medium 3, we're just gonna use this as like a Hadro node. And then we're going to add a ceratopsia into the starter node. That way we break up these like overly abundant ceratopsians more. Very, very informative comment. Thank you. Hey, Rowlett, how's it going? I'm afraid I cannot. Okay, let's continue defining these tech trees. So we've got large tier, Giga, Allo, Acro, Tyranno. That's correct. Those are the only four, right? Acro, Tyranno, Giga, and then Allo's put down here for some reason. But he was a large in 2, so we're going to keep him as a large here. And then medium tier 1 and medium tier 2. And here we've got tier 1, tier 2. So I was thinking we do Tyrannosaurids in 1, maybe. Is it these 6 only? No, because Carno and Quanju are down here. Yeah. So there's 8. 7, because Allo should be gone. So Cerato, Metri, Carno. And then Cerato, Metri, Carno, Conch, Udi, Alberto, Quanju. 7 mediums. Allosaurus is technically medium, but it feels more iconically large to me. What are the actual consequences of Allosaurus being a medium? Is it notably lower tier than like Tyrannosaurus, Giga? Does it have any interactions that those other ones don't as a consequence of that? Like, okay, let's launch the game. Cerato, Carno, Metri, Conch. It's also partially vibes based. Couldn't hunt a Iguanodon when it could only fight medium carnivores. But is that still true? Suko technically should be bigger than Allo, but not by much. The problem there is, of course, that it's, you know, semi-paleo accurate Suchomimus versus Jurassic World Allosaurus, which is, like, grotesquely oversized, like every theropod is in Jurassic World. So... I think also if we move Allo out, it just clutters up the other tree more. I think I like the balance of it being in the headliner tree, so to speak. Okay, map loaded, so I think we're good to go. Let's test it. No functional difference between larger mediums and large carnivores. Okay, that's kind of what I felt was the case, so.
Attention all science personnel.
Okay, so we got Moros, we got Herrerasaurus, we got Pyroraptor. So yeah, we got Scavenger, small carnivore that's not a raptor, small carnivore that is a raptor. Piscivore at random. And then yeah, Patago, Meg, Ichthy, Ketz, Pteranodon, Tapajara. Looks good to me. Shit just works. Let's keep plugging away at it. We'll implement the rest. Even, wait, did that... Was without the scavenger node? Wait, tech tree random omnivore. Did I have a random omnivore in that? I don't remember. Well, we can test it. We can test the medium carnivores with the omnivores and make sure that works. Just to be safe. Oh, I didn't bring the files back here on screen. There they are. My bad. Now you can see what I'm working on. So we've got Cerato, Carno, Metri, Conch, Tier 1, Tier 2, Quanju, Alberto. And Eutyrannus. Oops. And that should be everything. Let's just go to the database real quick. Acro, Alberto, Allo, Atroci, Carno, Cerato, Coelophysis, Conch, Dialoguan, Deinonychus, Herrera, Giga, Metri, Procerato, Pyro, Quanju, Troodon, Utahraptor, Tyrannosaurus, Velociraptor, Eutyrannus. Yes. Okay. Make sure that's saved. Make sure the other one is set up right. So we're doing... Sorry, these are what? Carnivores LRG. And this one is medium 2. Whoops. That's this. This is this. Okay, large, medium 2, medium 1. Tech tree rand omnivore. Okay, all the carnivores, everything should be done except for the herbivores now. Let's import those. Let's not minimize shit that I don't need to minimize. Don't even think we need Nanotyrannus at this point. I mean, kind of not, but like... Have we ever tested if Dunk can use the shark feeders in this game? Wasn't it confirmed that it can't? I didn't test it, but I thought I remembered hearing that it was removed as an option. Okay, those are in. Let's save it off. I'm gonna go take a quick break. Maybe grab a fresh drink while this saves out, and then we'll test it. All right, 91%. All right, test time. Worked. We're in. Oh, look at this. This has no list of reward. I think this one's bugged. Interesting. Dredapato, Coeloprocerata, Veloci, Utai, Carno, Acro, Dilocompi. Are these truly random? We gotta double check this. I think so. Okay, so yeah, Omnivores is broken. Now, could that be a typo issue? Tech tree Rand Omnivores. Tech tree Troodon, icon Troodon, image Troodon, Oviraptor, and if we look at the tech tree, yeah, it just seems to not work. Interesting. Weird that the one did and this one didn't. Huh. I don't know why this one wouldn't work. Very weird. Yeah, I know those are the base ones. We need to retest this. If we restart, does it re-roll? Because that could just be a coincidence, but yeah, that is also concerning. That's the discovered carnivores. I really wish I could just check the research. It really sucks that we have to build this every time. Okay, nothing there again. Procerato Coelophysis. It changes. So we just randomly rolled the exact same two last time. So that works. It's only this node's bugged currently. Weird. I would like to understand why that doesn't work. Do I have an obvious typo anywhere? I don't see an obvious typo. Syntax looks right to me here. Research equals preset, comma, rewards, curly bracket ID, parentheses around it. Tech tree Rand omnivore capitalization all looks right. 2 and 1, yeah, I don't know. Why would, is there some way that this would recognize the first part of the label? That like adding tier 3 flying is okay, but adding a whole new category is not? Like, why would this matter? Oh my god, it's omnivores. I didn't pluralize this. That's the bug. Bug squashed. Okay. Always check your fucking S's. I literally looked for that too before, like, and I just didn't process it in my head. Oh, I think this fucked me up because this is not pluralized. Well, let's keep it consistent then. Wait, but this is pluralized. Oh my god. Carnivores, piscivore, marine. This should be pluralized. We're fixing it. It's inconsistent. Omnivores and piscivores. Piscivores, whatever. Piscivores, piscivores, omnivores, omnivores. There we go. We fixed Frontier's game for them. They don't know how to pluralize properly. Okay, so we got armored, we've got ankylosaurids, ceratopsians, stegosaurids. And then we've got 3 hadrosaur nodes and 3 small nodes. Wait, is this? No, that's correct. Technically, there's only one omnivore available normally, sure, but there was always more than one piscivore, so. Well, that should have been pluralized. So I can just like delete these technically, but I might as well keep them. So let's do tier 1, Nodo, Sauropelta, and Kylo. Then we got to add Kentro. Okay, Stegosaurids are done, and Ankylosaurids are done. Ceratopsids. Now these are sort of two-tiered in my mind. And in the research tree, essentially. So Trike, Cyno, Nasudo, Chasmo, Styrak, and Loki. Which I guess is better done like this. And then we've got the small ones. Of which none are in this research tree. So we've got Proto. We've got Citico. And Micro. That should be everything. 1, 2, 3, 9, right? 9 ceratopsids overall. I think that's correct. Um, The family categories on the JWE3 website are way too specific. Proceratosauridae is a category. Protoceratopsidae is a category. Like, these don't need to be separate categories. This is crazy. I think that's right. Pachycephalosaurids, Homalocephaly moves in there. Also, why is this 1 and not tier 1? Fixed it. We're going to fix this. Ornithomimosaurids. Struthigalley, not Dryo. Where are we going to put Dryosaurus? We could put it in with Iguanodon and Metaburosaurus. They literally put it in the patch notes that they fixed it, and they just didn't do it, which is crazy to me. Like, you had one fucking job. Yeah, Ornithomimus. Yeah, hadrosaurs have 3 nodes, though, technically, if we count Theory node, which we're gonna... We'll leave Dryo here for now, but I think we're gonna put this in with the hadrosaurs and iguanodontids. It'll be the ornithopods collectively. I think that's good. Yeah, we could split it up by like by the hadrosaur types. I don't hate that idea. Let's do it. Let's do ornithopods as the non-hadrosaurs. And then we'll put Dryosaurus in there. So Iguanodon, Dryosaurus, Metaburosaurus. I did delete somebody, which I shouldn't have done. Because these guys were like Iguanodon class in JWE1. So we can kind of call back to that here for fun. Okay, so Coripara, Aloro, and then Sintao all go together, right? And then it's Edmonto and Maya are the only two. Is that correct? I gotta remind myself of my Sorolophines and whatnot. Sorolophines are Brachylophisauruses, Ostrocritosauria, Sorolophini, Edmontosaurini. Yeah, so Myosaur is a Brachyloph. So yeah, those are both Sorolophians. And then it is four non-ones. I mean, the shorthand is the bipedal versus quadrupedal in JWE3 and 2, right? Centaur, Para, Titan, Corythosaurus, yeah. And that's everybody, right? I'm not forgetting anybody. 4 Lambeosaurs, 2 Sorolophians, 3 non-hadrosaur ornithopods. Oh, we gotta move Theory, or put Theory back in. I think it's been deleted altogether. Yeah. So we're gonna put this in with the sauropods, I think. Am I? I think I'm gonna put this in the in the omnivores. This is a very weird research node, but I'm not opposed to it. Like, it's kind of the wastebasket. So that should be everything implemented, right? Lystrosaurus. We're bundling Lystrosaurus in with the small ceratopsians. Because this is the tiny herbivore node, actually. All right, that should be it. We've got a few redundant unused nodes. I'm not worried about that. I'm going to go through the database and look at all the animals real quick and make sure nothing pops out to me as a weird missed thing. This is not a very good way to check it, but it's all I can think to do. We put in Dimetrodon. I remember doing that. I think we got everything. It looks good to me. Okay. Save this off here. We got to update the tech tree. So we got the discovered herbivores. So we're going to use we're going to replace Edmontosaurus with a Saurolophine because there's more of those. So this becomes, or Lambeosaurine. This becomes a random Lambeosaurine. And then we get a random Ornithomimid. We get a random small ceratopsian and a random large ceratopsian. Because the small ceratopsian is just the small herbivores, so it can be Lystrosaurus. And then there's just too many large ceratopsians as well, so we just need to put another one in a node somewhere, and it's going to go in here. So that's that. This is another small. So you can end up with technically 4 ceratopsians in your 30 animal park roster, but I mean that just reflects the skewed herbivore roster of the game, right? That's still not even half. And then this should be the other ornithomimid. This should be the pachycephalosaurid. Okay, research level 1, and then we've got the theory down here. Research level 4 dig sites. That's a consideration, actually. The theory being mixed with the OV is going to be problematic. This is going to require the deluxe edition. I'm not accounting for a non-deluxe version. This won't work if you don't have deluxe edition. It'll just crash, I'm pretty sure. That's what happened in JWE2. Like right now, it wouldn't be that bad to make like one with and one without deluxe, but as more DLCs come out, how do you keep up with every possible iteration on what DLCs people own? It's just not worth it. I think we can't do, for balance reasons, I don't think Theory can be in the omnivores, actually. So if we do this in the second tier sauropods, this is research level 3 dig sites. That's a little bit better. So it's just going to be random between Troodon and Oviraptor for this node, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Is what it is. Yeah, this one. Okay. Well, the problem is I want to make other iterations of this because, like, you know, the dig site mod in the first game allowed you to mix and match randomization schemes and rosters, and so that's what I would like to do again. So it's not as simple as like two versions of one file. It's like two versions of 20 files with what I intend to eventually do with this. I'm going to be really real. I would prefer to establish out the gate that I'm not going to support extended versions of the mod. And it's just going to be keeping up with the DLC. Because I just don't want to establish the idea that I'm going to do that. Because it's more work. It's not like I'm getting paid for this shit. So, tier 1, tier 2. Where do we leave off here? So, Pachycephalosaurids. Now we got Maya. Yeah, so we want to do research level 1 down here on the Theory node. We'll make this our, like, iguanodontians. So this will be our Lambeosaurians. So that was tier 1. Oops, yeah, tier 1, tier 2. And then this becomes... So ornithopods pluralize. currently, with the current scheme, they would all get packed into the one node. But it'll be a while till we have like 6 stegosaurs, right? Like it could happen, but it's not a immediate problem. See, the thing is, I'm like following the scheme they used. And the scheme they used is 3 armored animal nodes, which is Ankylosaurids, Stegosaurids, and Ceratopsians. So splitting it 1-1-1 makes the most sense. But yeah, if those nodes become too overpopulated, we'll look at readjusting things maybe. Maybe we can figure out a good way to add nodes to the research tree. I mean, maybe that's possible. Yeah, but for now, okay, this is pluralized, but for now, I don't care. So for now, not a problem. So, random ornithopod. Tier 1, Tier 2. Okay. Ankylosaurids. Well, this is kind of a split one, but it's got Anky for the picture, so. Not that the picture, you know, will actually be seen, but I know it's there. Should double check the syntax on some of this too. Specifically the quotation marks in front and behind in the brackets. Looks good. Okay, Tier 2 ceratopsians. Oops. Okay, and the stegosaurids. Weird that they chose Pseudoceratops for the icon for this category for the ceratopsians. Strange choice. Tech tree ran stegosaurids tier 1s. That is everything. Let's boot it up. Well, not yet. Let's put it into the game. And then we need to move these files to a standalone directory. So this is the gotcha 30. Tiered is maybe the wrong term for it. Staggered or something. Structured. I think I like structured. Progress check. We're at. Did I save? I think I just loaded. I didn't think I ever actually hit save. Judging by what I'm seeing, I didn't hit save. Did I actually load the files? Next question. Jesus Christ. We'll just do it again. All right, now we're saving. Okay, so for the new one, or the second version, we want to try and have the research be star-based. See if we can still do that. So those are conditions. Now, do conditions still exist in this game? Surely they do. So it's conditions, comma, rewards. Or condition, comma, research rewards. Don't know if it matters so much. Conditions, comma, research, comma, rewards. So we'll attempt it like this. See if this works. We're saving into DSR. All right. Yeah, I'm a little mixed on the 5-star thing now because of what you just described. Conceptually, I like it, but I think the implementation is slightly off because I feel like, in addition to the way it works now, you should always have your some sort of requirement for species variety and displayed appeal and like income level and visitor satisfaction. Like I feel like those things should all also always matter alongside the other criteria. Kind of knew I'd get hungry doing this stream. Shit, we got it in one. Let's go.
Attention.
Yeah, well, the species variety requirement is weird because it's in the game in two different spots and they're not the same. right? Number of species 12, and if you go to the economy penalties, species target 15. So for whatever reason, they set it up where there is a penalty to your appeal for not having your species requirement met, and then a different one, which is the star rating species required. These are separate numbers. It's very weird. These ones inside the economy tab, these are the same as they were in 2. This tops out at 30 species variety for Jurassic difficulty in Sandbox. I have checked this. It's this one, the star rating one, that's new, which doesn't correspond to JWE2, that doesn't get as high. Yeah, it looks good. If the pictures are all gone, then it probably worked. So, we got Psittacosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, Struthiomimus, Iguanodon, Corythosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Therizinosaurus, Brachiosaurus. We started with Para-Archimicrostyrac, Kentrosaurus, Lokiceratops, Ankylosaurus, Spinosaurus, Oviraptor, Mosa, Dunk, Than, Pteranodon, Caillou, Silo, Herrera, Atroci, Utai, Metri, Tyranno, and then the starters are Dimetrodon, Compi. Alright, cool. The mod works. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious on the challenge mode settings. Yeah, let's see. Do I have China? I haven't. Yeah, I have China final save here. Error over encoding overloading. What the fuck does that mean? OBS. Yeah, so nice successful tour. So 16 of 16 on species. And if we go to economy tab, 16 of 16. So this is a sandbox thing. These numbers do match in challenge mode. That's interesting. But yeah, let's pop out to the menu here. Let's set up a Jurassic difficulty sandbox. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm crazy and it actually isn't a thing. Could be. It could be. It also might vary by map, which would be stupid. But so Jurassic difficulty high. Start game. Like, you would expect those numbers to be the same. Because why wouldn't they be? Except they aren't. Pretty sure. I am having doubts now. Like, did I dream this? Okay, Jurassic difficulty. 12 different species. Species target 30. Yeah, okay. I'm not crazy. So the internal economy is calculated for a goal of 30 species. The star rating only requires 12. Which maybe I don't hate, because, like, we have done park builds where we've been playing with a species penalty on the economy, and we've just went with it. Like, we've done 30 species goal and done a 25 species park. And if this 30 was also here, if this required 30 to 5-star, that would actually be a problem. No, I saw this before I started modding anything. This is just how it is. This actually makes sense to me. The more I think about it, this is good. Because sometimes you don't want to use 30 animals. You want to use 28. And if this was 30, you couldn't 5-star the park, and that would suck ass. Really, this just should not be part of star rating. This is a goofy thing to validate your star rating off of, but whatever. I did want to do a quick little peek, I just conceptually on what one of these starting scenarios looks like with the randomization. So we are gonna rebuild a little bit of a park here.
Attention personnel. The park is opening and guests will be arriving shortly. Attention all.
So we have in this park Guanlong, Compi, Sintao, Archie, Proto, Sino is our starters. That's an interesting roster. We did get Troodon for Omnivore, so we confirm that works. Conch, T-Rex. Fairy again. That's a 1 in 4. So Compi, not bad, of course. Archie's 27, Guanlong 221. Yeah, I think this is not too bad. I mean, this one's expensive, but it's fine. Okay. Sure. So those files are safely tucked away here under the Gotcha 30 directory. These are the newly edited, should be the newly edited ones. Yeah, this is the test run of adding, let's look at this again, of adding star rating requirements back into the game. So let's see if this works. Did I actually hit save? I didn't hit save again, did I? I'm literally just sitting here waiting for it to save, and I didn't hit the save button. Rip. Me being a dumbass. I wonder, maybe there's feeder asset files we could copy into JWE3 directories. That could be interesting. Let's look into it. I still have JWE2 installed. What update was this insect feeder in? PDLC 6. PDLC 6 doesn't actually seem to have any files. Tech tree node feeders DLC 6. It does have some files for feeders. Interesting. UI options. Probably in the main.ovl file. Oh yeah, it's update 6. But there's not any direct... I'm just wondering if... if I opened up those files, if there were stuff in there I could pull out. I don't think this is worth the effort, to be honest. Ah, wait a second. It's in the free update. Under feeders. Ooh, wait a second. I'm onto something. Is there a feeders directory in JWE3? Oh my god. Okay. Copy this. Paste it. Okay, I took the feeder files from the free update for JWE2 and I've added them to the feeder directory for JWE3. We're gonna see if this does anything. Cause if that works, that's hilarious. I don't think it will. Like, surely it's not that easy. Surely you can't just click and drag the files from 2 into 3 it'd suddenly have an insect feeder, right? Surely? Okay, the game loaded. Let's see what we're dealing with here. We've got 2 separate tests to investigate, theoretically. Okay, no insect feeder in the UI. Sad. We could also still be missing, like, the icons, though. That could be a thing holding it back from being implemented. It works. Star requirement, it's still the same. So we can actually tier this out by star rating, too. But like a JWE3 style experience. Very interesting. So the question is, how would we want to configure this? Since everything is clumped together, it makes it really hard to do. Unless we shuffle them all together? What is the unlock condition for the aviaries in this game? It's just unlocks like right away. This is relatively cheap. There's no star requirement or anything. Okay, well, let's think about this. Yeah, just to make up for the fact they suck. Yeah, I mean, they were a little bit... Like, they didn't really need to be stuck on 2 stars specifically in 2 either. They could have been a little sooner. Because, like, they're just so expensive to do anyway. They didn't really need to be locked behind a particular star rating. Let me fix my insect feeder thing before I forget about it, just in case it messes anything else up. And then we're going to think about... Am I fucking blind? There it is. We're going to cut that. We're going to chuck that. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. Close that back down. I'm going to put that in here for future investigations. The insectivore feeder. Yeah, it's not super late in the challenge mode, but like still a little on the arbitrary side. Okay, let me pull out some paper. And let's start scheming. So we've got a starter, 2 starter nodes. One heart, 1 herb, 1 carnivore. We've got 5 aviary lagoon nodes. 2 piscivore nodes, we'll call it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 11 herbivore without the starter node. And 6 carnivores. So if we assign each of these a star rating tier, essentially. So maybe... Okay, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to draw myself a picture. Picture of the way the research tree is organized visually so that I don't get lost when I'm going through it. So we've got starter. This is well, this is normally like 3, but whatever. Carnivores. So, in terms of tiers, 4 and 1, 4 and 1, 5 and 1. Weird that it's +1. You mentioned this before, of course. 9 and 2, 12 and 3. Is this the only 5 logistic node? Because what a weird... This is 5. This is 5. Okay. So it goes 4, 5, 9, 12? Weird. 4, 5, 9, 12. $12.3? Is it always 12.3? 12.3. 12.3. 12.3. 12.3. 18.5. Is this the only one that's 18? Probably one of these was 18, right? 18's insane. This is crazy. Theory's normally 18? Okay. 18 is too excessive. I think going beyond 12 is kind of bad. So I think we'll cap it at 12. So that's essentially 4 tiers. Because this is like an entire extra scientist. That's crazy. You would probably never do that realistically. Like, if the game was actually difficult. Yeah, but in Evo 2 it was also bullshit. We could probably redefine it to something slightly more sane. What are the hybrids? Won't tell you until you have the genomes. Dairy is very good. I mean, true. problem is not anything else is, right? So if you're randomizing something into a node with theory and it's cost balanced around theory, it's not going to work with anything else. It's just going to be bad. That's not good. Oh, shoot, I don't even have the game on screen right now. Fuck. Sorry, this is what we're actually looking at. So yeah, the star rating thing worked. So I liked, in 2 we did like 0, 0.5, 1, 2, and 3 generally for our unlock requirements, occasionally 2.5 and stuff. I think breaking it up into mid tiers is good too. So that would be like 7 tiers. That's not bad. So let's do a little thing. So we have a 4, we have a 4, we have a 5. This is a 4, but was sort of not a 4. Because this is the one we changed. This is a 4, and this is a 4. 12, 9. Starter, 999. 599, 12. Twelve, 12. And this is 12 and 5. And then these, I don't remember what they were, but 18, 9. And let's check the code, because I still have the document open. Research level 4 dig sites and 2 dig sites, which is the same as the Kets and Pteranodon, respectively. So 18 and 9. So this is 18. This is 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tier 4s. The 5 tier 1s are 1, 2, 3. Eight tier 9s. Four 12s, 2 8, no, 5 12s, 5 12, and then 2 18s. Or 3 if you count the theory node. So that's pretty unbalanced. Doesn't like readily lend itself to an obvious distribution scheme. But if we did like, well, I guess there's also the amount of animals per node, but like that's not going to matter. Huh. So this is 24 nodes. 26. counting the starter nodes. What's the total amount of animals in the game? Is it like 96 or something? Something like that. I'll be right back. Is it 90? Oh, we also have the Kentra, though. 91. So like three to four animals per node on average would be what we'd be doing here, assuming we keep the same nodes. Which makes sense, like balancing to what the Flying Marines and like Piscivore node is. I could also just not use these nodes. Because it is a little weird having, like, these specific things here. We could probably kill him. But maybe I'd keep him. Doesn't really matter. So the real question is basically just how do we distribute this? So if we do... If I keep the balance based roughly off what it is in terms of distribution as a starting point. I mean, 2 tier 18s or 3 tier 18 nodes is not enough to be interesting. Because you'd essentially be shuffling things between the two. Like, who cares? That's not that good. I think we should just essentially do true random. So maybe we keep what we have now, but we just shuffle all the animals around except for like the starters. Would that be any good though? I don't know if this matters that much. Like, does random dig sites even add that much? Like, realistically, would anybody care about this mod? Not the one we made already. That one I believe in. But if I make a mod here that... I mean, I guess the star rating requirements does change the gameplay. Okay, I think I'm thinking about this the wrong way. What I need to be thinking about, we need to think about this as a two-tier project. We rebalance the research tree, right, to add progression over time, and then we think about randomizing it. That's how this works. Yeah, but the fundamental change to the gameplay that would happen here would be the restrictions, the star rating requirements to unlock things. That's the big change, not so much the randomization. The randomization is kind of a secondary feature, actually. So let's do... This is the same research tree, right? This is exactly the same in terms of the shape, the distribution of nodes. I just want to look at the actual thing without my limited roster. Like, I don't think anything's moved here, right? This is currently how it's balanced in base game for both sandbox and campaign. So the question then becomes, how much do we believe in the balance, one? And how much do we want to deviate from it, two?
A comfortable dinosaur is one that's significantly easier to manage. Keeping them content should be a priority.
So let's think about this in terms of just the flying and marine unlocks, right? Let's just take a subset of animals in a special category and think about how we would re-tier these and then randomize them. So if we do like 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, I don't really like that. So 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3 stars. I think I like that. So we have 5 nodes. They become 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3 stars. We have combined between all of these nodes, what, 15 animals? Yeah. So you would essentially expect from a base game perspective, like, say 3 animals per node. Right, so you'd have like, I don't know, Dimorph, Ichthy, Pleasy, and then like Tapajara on tier 1.5 with like Caillou. A little bit. It's a little bit weird, for sure, to balance. But if we randomize it inherently, then it doesn't matter as much. So this doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to provide a baseline to start thinking about randomization from, right? That's the idea. So like if we had a tier of flyers plus marines merge that was like Dimorph, Ichthy, Pleasy, and like top, Caillou, Dunk, and then 2 stars could be like whatever's left over, which is like Chrono, and then like Tyranno Geo or something. I mean, 3 stars is definitely like Kets, Mosa, and Meg. which makes 2.5. Thanatos, Trope, and Atten. So, like, that's a reasonable distribution of like, a first pass, at least, at balancing, like, the distribution of these animals, right? If you take this research tree as it's been constructed to be reasonable, because Chrono, for some reason, is dig site 1, and Atten, for some reason, is dig site 2. Whatever. Atten has some cohab stuff. Like, there's actually maybe some balance reasons that make that work. Now, if we just say split that into like 2 tiers and randomize within those 2 tiers, that would kind of work. Like, combine the first 9 together into a pool and the second 6 together into a pool. But what if I didn't do that? What if I put Chrono down? So it'd be the Asdarchids, Tropognathus, Chrono, Mosa, and Mag in a pool. And then Pteranodon and Geosternbergia move up with the other low-tier animals. We just split into 2 batches. But there's 5 nodes. Or we just randomize it all together. Just 3 per node, completely random. Because these are, like, ancillary. Like, who cares if these are unbalanced, technically? Because the real expense is all coming from the dig sites there. Anyway, right? I mean, I could just do it that way. I could just literally randomize categories completely. All these guys randomized together, all these guys randomized together, all these guys randomized together, and then we do something with these. And then that's just... They're all just shuffled in terms of the research requirement. It just is what it is. I would probably want a starter tier specifically. So what if we did small carnivores? Okay, let's do it like this. We do aquatic plus pterosaurs. That's 15 animals. And then we do small carnivores versus medium and bigs. So that's... Well, let's move... Should we keep Utah? Maybe Utahraptor stays because it's in here on this. Sure. So that's 3. That's 4, and that's 5. So that's 12. So 15 on 5 nodes. Medium plus Karn. If we put in the Piscivores, too, actually. So 6, 10, 16 on 4. Or maybe 5. Plus the starters. But the starters are small ones anyway. So we've got 2, 4, 9, 13. 13 on 4 for small Karn. Call it 14 with Oviraptor. We call that 5 nodes. So these should probably be flip-flopped. So we should probably use both of these as like large carnivore nodes. And then if we did our herbivores, we randomize all the little guys. So there's 0, 1, 2, and 3 stars, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. On 4 nodes. It's a little on the low side. We got 7. Well, let's just do ornithopods plus sauropods, I guess. In the style of JWE2 where these were like one research tree. So that's 13 on 4 nodes. And then armor is 4, 9, 13 on 3. Yeah, we don't have a good amount of available nodes here to really randomize these well. Not compared to the carnivores. The carnivores we could do some work with. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I mean, these groupings are good. 15, 16, 14, 12, 13, 13. Plus theory somewhere. Like, this works. It's just the distribution then. So if we do 3 armored, 3 medium herbivore or whatever, 3 small, plus the starter. Five nodes, I guess, here. Then starter, 3 tiers, 3 tiers, or 4 tiers, 4 tiers. Okay, no, I see what to do here. Yep. Yep. Okay. So we got smalls. 0, 1, 2, 3 stars. Then we've got the, we'll call them medium herb and armored herbs. These are like 0.5, 1, 2, and 3. 0.5, 1, 2, 3. Or even 0. We just do 0, 1, 2, 3. That works better, probably. They just aren't free. And then for the flying and marines, we merge all those together. We do 0.51, 1.52, 2.5, and 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we start at 1. 1, 1.52, 2.5, and 3 stars. Shuffle them. And then for the carnivores, we'd have 9. So small carn. We do 0, unlock for free. 1, 2, and 3. Two or 3 per node. For the medium plus large, then we would do... Did I count the Spinosaurids then? I forgot what I did. 3. So 6, 10, 16. No, 15. Wait. Oh, 16 if there's like theory, I guess. Maybe that's what I was thinking. And 14 is with Oviraptor and the starters. So then large would be 5 nodes. So large would follow the same scheme as the pterosaurs of 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3. And everything would be unlocked by 3 stars, which I think was fine. Okay, I think that's good. I like it. That's what we're implementing. So this we can close down. We'll close you. We'll close you. We'll make sure these guys, the structured ones, won't let me do that when these files are open. Try again. Structured, okay. This one I actually want to start with the backup, I think. No, not necessarily. Let's configure this file first. So, we're merging all of these together into one. This is now collectively all tech tree random marine 1. Piscivores going large. So carnivores large. Oops. Probably put in extra brackets and shit here. Yeah, this should be a comma. No, not a comma, because that's the end of the thing. Tech trees, omnivores. That should be that. The omnivores go in the small. Velocity to Pyro, Atrocity, Deinonychus, Dimetrodon, Dilophoguan, Herrera. First round, yep, that all looks right. We kill this. This is all collectively large carnivores now. This node was already redundant, so let's just kill it. This is our armored dinosaur node. We'll call this Ceratopsids 1. And this is our smalls. Collectively, the ornithomimids, and we'll put Dryosaurus back in there. And then we've got our big boys. Which includes the sauropods. Sauropods tier 1, except we take Theory out. This is a stray bracket. No, it's not. That actually is the end of that section. Okay, Theory goes in the large carnivores for this balancing. We're missing a comma here, it looks like. Okay, syntax check. Let's start from the top and work our way down. So the idea here is random sauropods, Hepato, Diplo, comma, Brachy, comma, Hepatigo, comma, Dread, comma, Memenchi, comma. Oh, these are repeated because there was a dead node that wasn't used. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that what I wrote down? I had 13. Why did I have 13? Probably fucked up. 6. Oh, because I wasn't counting in mono because it was in a different node, I'm pretty sure. So it should be 14, so that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 small herbivores, that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 armored, correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 large carnivores with Theory included. I had 16. Did I miss one? We'll check back in a second. Coelophysis, Compymoros, Troodon. This should be 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I did. 12, 13, 14, 15. Because Utahraptor was medium on the other thing for some reason. So we're going to keep it there. Even though it's weird. And then this should be 7 and 8, which is 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, that works. That's good. Okay, so now we got our starter tier, which is 3 animals. Well, I guess we replicate this in terms of what it is in base game. Not this, this. put this over here. Oh, I'm not showing any of this again. Fuck me. Rip. There it is. Okay. So what we did is we did all this. We did this whole tech tree, breaking it into a handful of categories instead of a lot of categories. And now we got this. Or no, we did this, the database, sorry. Yeah, so we've merged into some very generic categories. Large herbivore, armored herbivore, and ornithomimosaurid, small herbivore, large carnivore, small carnivore, and then all the marine and aquatics together. So there's only 6 categories now for the randomization for version 2. And then this here is the base game. No. We need the backup one. So this is the base game one. Let me peel that off as reference material. Well, let's make sure we got the right tech tree here. We should be editing the structured files. Let's make sure this is correct. Yeah, merged marine category. And the tech tree itself. So this is the one from before. Okay. So this should be 2 tier 1 ornithomimosaurids. And then a large. Which is sauropods, right? Sauropods tier 1. Then we have tiny herbivores 1. This is 3 ornithomimid tier animals. Small is the same. And this one is 4. That's 12. That's correct. And the distribution's good. So then we got the mediums. Now these are going to rebalance. We have the large. Let me look at my picture, Drew, of the distribution of the research tree. The starter one was there. These 3 were the armored, and this was the theory node up top here, which is weird. Okay. So we're doing ceratopsids. The ceratopsids, we said there were, well, let's just double count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We do this. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then Therizinosaurus, 1, 2, 3. That's 12. Now, the one that had the most would have been the Ceratopsian node, which was armored 2. So we'll give that an extra 1 to most closely emulate base game distribution, I guess. So now there's 13 on 4 more categories. It's the same type of deal. Okay, but we should think about this more strategically. Because we have 13, 13, 13. Is that correct? No. Right? Oh, right, because there's this random one here. So this is actually not even. These are even. These should be 12. Because one is a starter. Okay. Yes. Okay, well then I would say we should have the extra Nithomimid be like a 1-star unlock. So if this is 0 and this is 1, this would be here. Then for the extra armor, that should be like a 2-star unlock, I would say. So we put that here. So we got extra stuff there. Yes. Okay, then discovered carnivores. So this should be small tier 1. $14 to 12 remaining. So that's easy distributed. 2, 3, 3, 3. Wait, that's 11. So there was 12, right? $14. Oh, right, because I'm counting. Yes. No, I know why I did that. Because could be the omnivore node. Should be the omnivore node. Because I was going to say 5 for the larges. Medium plus large was 16. Oh, I could just put it here for even distribution. So these are the zeros, the ones, the twos, and the 3 stars. Yeah. Okay, then for the large ones, yeah, actually referencing back to the other shit does not matter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is 16. Right. One, two, three. Four, 5. Wait. Oh, right, because there's 2 more. Sixteenth on the last node. On the second to last node, actually, maybe for 2.5. Oops. Okay, then there's these, and it's just 3 apiece. Okay. The test files. Preset and rating. So these are 1, 2, 4. Oh, what the fuck is 3? Large herbivores 2 is a 3? That's a 12? Wait, what the fuck? Research level 0. Research level 0. So 0 is the 5. Well, that's fucking stupid. So yeah, by virtue of this being 4, Wait, 4, 3. Wait, no, there's no 3. Wait, what is 3? Oh, there are no 3s. There's no 12s in this. Never mind. Okay. Sure, okay. This becomes 2.5. This becomes a 3. This becomes a 2. This becomes a 1.5 and a 3. This becomes a 1, and this becomes a 2. 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Maybe we should push it more. No, because 4 is already 18. So this is 9 to start with. This is fine. Right, 2. Yes. Three and 4, maybe? Because this could be theoretically. Two point five and 3. 2 and 3. Point 5 and 2. One and never that low. So this is still a 2. More like a, yeah, this will be a 2, this will be a 3. So 2, 3, 3, 3, and a 4. Okay, now we're into the smalls. Highest tier of small is 3, 3 and 3. 2 and 2. 1. And I guess 0. I don't even think I want to use the zeros. I think we do this as a 2. We do 2, 2, 3. And these are free unlock. Now we're at the armored. Rating 3 and 3. Wait, are these 4 tiered or 3 tiered? These are 4 tiered. Right. 3 and 3. 2 and 2. 1 and 2. And then 1 and 0. Because you have to actually do the research for that one. Correct. Now these guys, 3 and 3. Or should they be 4? No, they only cap out at 3 anyway. Two and 3. One and 2. One, two, three, 3. 1, 2, 2, 3. Yep. Three and 2. 2 and 2. 2 and 1. One star, one dig site requirements. And then 2 you start with. Or should these unlock sooner? Should these be 0? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do 0, 1.5, and 3. 0, 1.5, and 2. We'll do it like this. 0, 1, 2. 2 and 2, 1 and 1, 0 and 1. Lock. Okay. Double checking that this is what I expect it to be. Yeah. I think we're good. I mean, assuming it, I did it all in one go without any bug testing. So, maybe we're completely fucked, but this is the second version of the mods. This is the actual dig site randomization style one. So I think tomorrow I'll put this whole thing together and distribute it on Nexus mods. Do some video, do a little video, little mod release video. Make a Reddit post. So if we test this and it looks good, then we're gonna wrap the stream up. Took longer than I was thinking to implement all this, but we did have a bit of a stumbling block initially with the typo, and we spent more time digging through the files looking for other stuff about insect feeders too than I intended to do. That's all fine. Ugh. Now the question is, do I release this like I did before, where it was like a whole like singular mod with multiple files, or do I just release these as two standalone separate mods? I think I might do that. We can always like expand it later. I think I just do it as two standalones. So, that's saved. Let's test the game out. This. All right. Okay, it does get a little weird. Oh no, that's because these are the ones that are unlocked specifically. No, that's what it should be. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right. So we rolled Proto Ornitho Baraki and Guanlong Dimetrodon Herrerasaurus. All right. So let's go through everything. Node 1 for herbivores. Pachycephalosaurus Micro Homalo Gali, Stygiarchy Acidico, 2 stars. 1 star for Listrodryostruthi. Yeah, these are like ass backwards, but that's how they are on the code, so. And that's how the numbering goes. For some reason it goes 2-1. This immensely annoys me. It goes tiny, small 2, small 1, medium 3, medium 2, medium 1. Like it's backwards. It's so weird. Allura and Mono Mutta. Patago Dread Corey at 1 star. Wait. Oh yeah, because this wraps around here. This is the armored one. So yeah, Patago Dread Corey, and then it goes to here, Iguanodon Para Apato, and then it wraps to here, Syntama Menji Diplo. And then we have Gigant Sino Soropelta, 1 star for Anki Styrac Trike, 2 star for Loki Casmo Kentro Chung, and then 3 star up here for Nasudo Steg Nodo. And then for the carnivores, Guanlong. And then we go 1 star for Tiny, copy for Ceratodeinon Dilo, 2 stars for Pyrotrodon Morosilo, 3 stars for Atroci Ovi Velasa. And then we go 1 star Barry Carno Udi, 1.5 star Metri Acro Giga, 2 star Theri Quanju Alberto, 2.5 star Aloe Utah Cerato Tyranno, 3 star Suco Spino Conch. And then this goes 1.52, 2.53 backwards like that. So Adentrope Chrono, Queasy Dunk, Pets Ichthy Tyranno, Thanatos Tapajara Mosa, Kyujara Geosternbergia Megalodon. That seems good to me. That makes sense. Progression-based random dig sites. Alright. I think we're done. I think that's packageable. I think we got 2 mods made today. I just need to package them up into standalones to work with ACSE, then upload to Nexus. But I think I'm going to do all that tomorrow. So we'll end the stream here. I guess we can check the feeders again. Oh man, there's no insects. It's not an invisible button. That'd be funny if it just worked. It just didn't have a UI element.